I am ever and always your host, the Lore Runner, and Nock just asked a question, which I wanted to save for the VOD viewers, since the VOD viewers continue to be awesome. Thank you for watching these on YouTube. I hope you're enjoying. So, Nock just asked, how are the controls after being forced to play with them for 2 days? And I've slowly come to the realization, one of the things I keep doing as I'm playing through this game is I keep directly comparing and contrasting the controls to how they played last time when I was playing on the Wii. And the result has been universally, objectively, and measurably better. Like, to such a shocking extent, it's kind of crazy to think about, right? It's like, oh my god, this is just so much better. But now that we're past that little honeymoon period, now that we're past the point at which it's like, okay, so how are the controls like in a vacuum? The answer is bad. Not terrible. You know, we could talk about worse controls. I can think of plenty of games that have worse controls than this. But these, oh man, these are rough. These take some getting used to. No joke. All right, so now that we have determined the level of quality they're with, let's go do this, our first bit of, well, no, actually, we're not actually our first bit of backtracking yet. We're about to. There's a lot of backtracking in this game. There's a lot of padding in this game. But we're not actually to the padding yet, believe it or not. And I was talking to Pax about this just last night. Because he was asking me, you know, okay, how's the game hold up in direct comparison? And, well, honestly, the answer is so far pretty decent. But we also haven't started the repetition parts of the game yet. Parts. Plural. So, we'll see. Excuse me. Excuse me. I mean, that is what's going to happen, Darker. I pretty much guarantee that. So, part of the problem, Vandalia, is in order to bowl, you have to pull out the item, which is... God, I'm trying to remember the exact input, because it's so non-intuitive to me. You have to pull out the item, then switch to the R stick, the right analog, in order to aim it. And once you've started aiming it, then you have to hit R2, which is your right shoulder button. So, hang on. So it's like, you have to hold down R2 to select. Then you have to tap R2 to do this. Then you have to hold R2. Then you have to hit, sorry, not R2, R3. This is R3 here. Then you have to hit R2 again. And that sequence of events just keeps throwing me. If you ever see me, for example, like, do that in reverse, like I hit this, and then this, that's because I hit one before the other. Nevertheless, I will gladly admit to being the worst Zelda player in the history of the known universe, if it'll make you feel better. Oh, I can't get that chest yet. It's not unlocked. I just don't think it's unlocked. Yep, nope, it's not unlocked. They glow when they're unlocked. See? Like, I can't get this one either. Not in here. I probably should fly around and get a few of those, but eh. Yeah, the game's very janky, and it's understandable why. I think the only way they could have ever possibly gotten rid of the jank in this game is to do a proper remake, rebuild the sucker from the ground up, and we all know they're not doing that. Like, that would be crazy. Could you imagine just completely remaking Link's Awakening in a new engine with new mechanics? Oh. Anyways, point being, it's okay, that makes perfect sense. That was done by another company. It's okay if another company does it. Good morning, Bragman. Master Lore, I have located memories of this island. It is known as the Isle of Song. Signs indicate it was left here for you by the goddess. However, I'm unable to determine a means of entering the structure ahead. I suggest you investigate. Thanks for the complete lack of information there. True, Darkrai. It's funny. It's almost like when you're chasing control schemes and controllers rather than good gameplay and good story, the results speak for themselves. It's weird how that turns out that way. Right, before I forget, I'm going to jot that down. Sorry, one moment, please. Exactly, Darkrai. That's why I said they'd have to make a new game. They'd have to remake this from the ground up. Thank you, Jonathan Freeloader. Always appreciate. I mean, here works, Dakota, but if you'd prefer to have them in a more long-form thing, just type them up on, in the Star Wars channels in Discord. In the Rewrite Discord. Although I don't know if you're part of the Star Wars category there, but if you're not, just somewhere in Discord. You know, Mr. Red, I don't want to get on you again. Actually, I totally do. Insert jazz music here. But don't you have other things you could be doing? Okay. Let's see what this says first. Okay, yeah, I figured that out, game. Thanks. Okay, so that's the innermost one. Which is that one. Listen, we gotta make the puzzle design have to do with the sword controls. Everything has to be about the sword controls. Everything. And the stamina meter for some frickin' reason. So I feel like there's a mistype there, because as much as I appreciate you agreeing with me, Dakota, I feel like that's not what you're trying to say. So help me out here. Is there a wouldn't where there should be a would? Alright, Mr. Red, I'm just... Consider me your little Navi, right? You know, it would be nice if I could see what the hell I was doing here without having to, like, hit this button. Alright, so... I can't brain this right now. Alright, so I need you to line up, which means I need just that. Okay, so let's do this. Go the other way? Okay, sure, that sucks. Hang on, I can't go the other way? Okay. Come on. So, first of all, the Outer Rim doesn't exist. Let's just start with that. I think the problem here is I never described the geography. So in Star Wars, the geography is, here's the galaxy. In our thing, it's one little vertical slice. Vertical's the wrong word. One little pie slice of the galaxy. Does that help make more sense? Yeah, galaxies are big places. Really, really big places. Okay, so that's that. This is so arduous. This is seconds and minutes in a nutshell. Wondering why that negative has been given already to this game. Look at this. There, game. Jesus. Okay. Never want to do that again. It is, Geludo. There's a lot of things in this game which are like, oh, that's clever. And it's just designed to waste your time. Oh, hey. Everyone's favorite maneuver here. Yeah, Hylia can't build a door. She's feature creep. She's one of the devs on Star Citizen. Master, kill me. I have important information. When you struck the crest with a skyward strike from your sword, a message from the goddess awakened deep in my memory. The goddess intended this message for you, Master. These are her words. He who seeks the sacred flames, listen well. Did someone just have a leg fetish when they were making this game? No judgment, you know. Listen well, for I guide you from my place at the edge of time. The sacred flames are 3 in number. To obtain them, you must earn relics known as the 3 sacred gifts. For each trial you overcome, you'll be blessed with one of the gifts. Make use of the power of these gifts, and you will find your way to the purifying sacred flames. Now I bestow upon you a melody. It will serve you as a key, opening the first trial that awaits you deep in the wilds of Faron Woods. Hey, Nugget Cruncher. Happy Father's Day to everybody. I'd say he's less horrible initially, Mr. Red, which helps. And there's a bit of charisma to him regardless. And he turns it around pretty much immediately. His second cutscene, excuse me, technically his third cutscene. His first cutscene after the intro is a cutscene about him being a big, relatable doofus. Time to ban J. Oh, sorry. There's this weird graph on my bar. Master, you must overcome the trial simply for you to obtain the 3 gifts. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, I understand. I have to do 3 new dungeons. And then after that, if you were paying attention, she already told us we'll have to do 3 new dungeons. Because we're just doing 3 dungeons to get the gifts. And then we have to get the flames. This game. Right-click on someone's name. Oh, hey! There it is. Yeah, that's how you get it done. So how do I get rid of that? Because now it wants me to ban Mr. Red. And I kind of don't want to ban Mr. Red. How did I right-click on accident? Exactly, Geludo. I mean, we can't do a Star Wars rewrite without including Revan at the very least. That's just not really feasible. Dakota. Game. There you go. Yeah, Twitch just really wants me to ban people. It's weird. Excitement? Like, the game really wants this to be exciting. So, back to Green Zone again. Well, most people... Hang on, Vandalia asked a question, which I missed there. Is it ever established if the three deities are not included, or if the invited have created land like Hyrule, or the entire planet? No, it's never established in this kind of stuff, because in pretty much all of these games, after a certain point, there's just... There is no there's no three goddesses at all. They mention them once in this game, not counting the names. Not counting the names, they mention them once. I believe we want to go here. As for Innocence's question, I've never heard of anybody talk about this as one of their favorites until, like, yesterday. This is the game that most people I know and most people I see in Discord talk about as either flawed but good or put it down and never went back to it. You can pinpoint the origin of the... Yeah, okay, cool. I'm sort of confused, Dakota. Why do you think that the exile wouldn't be in the front line with the rest of the troops, genociding the Mandalorians? Unless that's just me miscommunicating, in which case I'll take that on my ownership. Yeah, this one tends to be the black sheep, and the fact that Breath of the Wild is just this, but better, probably says all it needs to. And I don't say that to be dismissive. I mean that with legitimate sincerity. It is so obvious that this game is exactly what led to the creation of Breath of the Wild. And yeah, if you're into this kind of thing, you're probably just going to prefer Breath. Game, could you not suck for 5 seconds? Is that possible? Probably not, Chill Pangolin. Other than obvious design documents sharing. Yeah, then we have Tears, which is even more significant. God, every single one of these would be a negative. Every single one of these. That's the third time I've been asked to elaborate on that, Innocence. Maybe I should just make a list of all the ways in which this game and Breath of the Wild share DNA. So in the original Dakota, you had to do this with the motion controls. No, it's okay, Innocence. It's just funny. I stand by the statement. I'm not walking it back. Okay, so let's go with the really obvious stuff first. Which is me skipping this cutscene. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. This. So, the stamina bar, the stamina wheel in this is so obviously a prototype of the stamina wheel in Breath of the Wild. In Breath of the Wild, the stamina bar is something that they, first of all, starts refilling immediately instead of after a long pause. Can be upgraded with the orbs, can be upgraded with potions and buffs, And also, there's equipment that allows you to use less stamina when you're doing certain actions. In addition to that, the stamina bar in Breath of the Wild is used terribly for running, just like this, but also very, very smartly for enabling you to access more of the world. In this game, same general problem. It's used terribly because of running, but also it's a way to interact with the world, like we were saying earlier. In the sand area, the distance we can travel in quicksand is directly determined by our stamina bar, right? Same general concept. You could see how that is a prototype of what would eventually become the stamina usage in Breath of the Wild. Another way we could talk about this is the way in which crafting works in this game, having to go and collect certain amounts of bugs, items, and otherwise in the world, and using those in order to try and upgrade our gear or make better potions or whatever. That's another thing that's in that direction. The shield parrying, that's that button, there we go. That comes from this, and designing some enemies around that. The shield durability, which would lead eventually to the durability problem itself. Hylia being the primary deity of the setting, which would once again carry forward into Breath of the Wild. Possibly into Tears of the Kingdom, I have no idea. Several of the mythos also feel very similar between the two, probably because they had the same writers and same directors, so that makes sense. Fi being a semi-major character, they even actually do several references to Fi in Breath of the Wild. There was intent for this to be exactly like Breath of the Wild, one big contiguous overworld. They just couldn't accomplish it because of hardware limitations. However, if you're paying attention, they do have like something pretty similar to that overall concept in this thing. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5, I think, total zones. 6 if you're counting the sealed grounds. But if you ignore the load screens for a second, each of these is clearly designed to be one contiguous zone. You can actually see bits and pieces of the other zones as you're looking across the zone line in the originals, because they were designed that way. Again, this is all supposed to be one connective tissue. There's also the thing that prevents you from taking fall damage, which is something they would then expand with the glider in Breath of the Wild. Did I miss anything? Like, there's a bunch. It's very, very clear this was intended to be a prototype of Breath. Not just because of analysis, but because they freaking said that. So, these sections. We'll see how this holds up. I have memories of these sections. Master, kill me. As expected, I cannot follow you into this realm, for this trial calls to your mind alone. This is the nature of places known as silent realms. They are domains of spirits accessible only to the goddess's chosen hero. This particular trial for Aurora Silent Realm tests the limits of your courage. For your spirit has temporarily separated from your physical body, so you may undertake this challenge. To reach the location of the flames that will enhance your sword, it's necessary for you to overcome this trial and undergo spiritual growth. And yeah, this is very clearly designed based off of the Tears segments in Twilight, which themselves we'll talk about later, but those were inspired by the Game Boy games, believe it or not. Sorry, Father's Day texts. Don't mind me. When this vessel is full, it will signify you have successfully completed the trial, allowing your spirit to grow. Tutorial. Go get those. Get 15 of those. Don't get caught. This is a safe spot. If you're not in a safe spot, those things come after you. If those things come after you, death happens. So one of the memory I have of this is how much of a pain it was just seeing some of these things because of the visual effects and because of the color usage. It's a little bit easier on a modern TV and, you know, not 10 feet back from the frickin' thing. But man, I had the hardest time seeing some of these back in the day. Yeah, there is actually a little bit of Phantom Hourglass mixed into this game. What? Yes, I understand what waking water is. Yep, I understand. Thank you. Fine. Again, it makes sense. In fact, there's a little bit of Spirit Tracks in here, too, which makes sense because they were literally working on Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, and Skyward at the same time. Or, to be slightly more accurate about that, they made Phantom Hourglass, and then they made Spirit Tracks, and both of those were made while they were making Skyward. I did not. What I miss, Valerian? Yeah, no, Valerian's correct. Oh, congrats. So now you've won 3 times. Yep, okay, we're okay. Okay. Link, you have got to start doing some cardio. Yeah, you want to hear something pathetic, Innocence? I've actually used this game unironically as an example of how Breath of the Wild did stamina right. For those of you who don't remember, stamina got a negative in Breath of the Wild. Although only 1, I think. Because, you know, they did do some good things with it. There's our Dusk Relic. We wanted that earlier for a shield, I want to say. I have played this game once before, Vendali, and I hated every moment of it. It was physically painful, personally unpleasant, and thanks to a combination of circumstances, I kinda hated it. There are precious few parts of this game I remember with any kind of positivity. I don't know if I can make that work, but it's fine. So yeah, that's what I was afraid would happen there. Maybe here? Nope, okay. There we go. We're running out of time. You can see in the upper left there, the flower. When that thing is fully brown, we doomed. Hi, Dream Wisp. Fervor. I got stuck on a wall. So this is what happens when they found you. When they're awake and active. On the plus side, I can just go get this thing now. The one I was avoiding earlier. Yeah, that one could just fly through walls, by the way. Of course it can. I don't understand the question here. Okay, that might be death. Oh, okay. That was a dead end. Yeah, so, speaking of Phantom Hourglass, these are the Phantoms. From Phantom Hourglass and from Spirit Tracks. Quick clear, quick clear. Actually, I see where one of them is. I'm not sure how to get up there. So I'm missing one right now. Total. So I need 3. I've spotted 1. So let's get... Ah, there it is. Way over there somewhere. Okay. People don't need their eyes. Don't be ridiculous. I just... Nope. Cool. You want me to go all the way around, don't you, game? Okay. Worse act. So far and to date, the worst bloom I've ever seen in a Nintendo game is Breath of the Wild. Now, granted, that was a few years ago. I'll be shocked if Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have the same damn problem. Excuse me. Pathetic Link. So next particular trial, because of course we're going to do this multiple times, go ahead and gauge failure states for this. But I wanted to at least try it legit for the first time here. Agreed, Darkrai. The only reason I managed any of that is because I actually already knew this spot. So anyways, yay, we can now go underwater. I don't know, I'm kind of torn on that one. I'll jot down a potential positive. We'll see where it goes. Yay, we did it. Yeah, thanks, Fi. Listen, the graphics can't be bad. It's a modern system. I have no idea, Act. The move, for pretty obvious reason, takes precedence. So, whenever the move happens, the games pause. Not yet. I sure hope you find each other too. There's nothing like reuniting with friends. Aww. Hello again. I see you have the water dragon's scale there. That's amazing. I heard if you have one, you can swim through water like a dragon soars through the sky. There must be places here in the woods that you haven't visited yet. You should use the water dragon scale to explore as you couldn't even get to before. Yeah, like where? Jackass. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Well, considering the Deco Tree probably doesn't exist yet. Or ever, technically. I can't believe that worked. Come to me, little... Ah, damn it. Frickin' birds. Could you, like, not, please? Thanks. No, seriously, could you not? Appreciate you. This is about to be extremely unpleasant. Really? No stamina along this at all. Just death. Cool. Cool. Oh, piss off. I don't even hit you. Die in a fire. Die in a fire. Game. 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 Ah! Why? So that's another thing about the controls, Vandalia, to go back to earlier. So you tap to shoot, but then you hold down to shoot. So what I tend to be in the habit of is holding down, which does this, rather than actually being in the preparation to shoot. This is another control snafu. I have no idea, Vandalia. Leave me alone, bees. We here at Lore Walker Studios. Ugh. Okay. That wasn't as bad as I remember. There's a lot of that going on. This particular playthrough. So, I'm not starting Dawn Trail until two things have happened. Period, Valerian. Those are the Streaminations and the Zelda blog. Now, considering Dawn Trail comes out in like a couple weeks, there is a quite literally 0% chance we're going to be playing Dawn Trail when it comes out. By the way, I'm also moving sometime soon. And obviously, no stream until move is concluded and I'm in a new setup. Preferably a permanent new setup, not a temporary new setup. Yep, the combat's excellent. You can not engage in it at all. It's great. What do I keep hearing? God. You have reached the top of the tree. From this vantage point, you have a good view of the views. Maybe you can see an area you haven't explored. Esther, look up there. I have confirmed the discovery of a new Kikwi. Analysis indicates a 90% chance the sounds we've been hearing were the loud snores of this Kikwi. Wake him up! Wake up. What is it? I'm napping. Oh, look at that. A real live human. I haven't seen one of you in a while. They used to call me Yerbal. Now I'm just the old Kikwi hermit. I watch over this forest when I'm not napping. I don't know how you wandered all the way up here, but let me ask you something. Can you really see me? Yeah. That's so. Well, slap yourself on the back. You know, some Kikwis can't even see me these days. Forget all that nonsense. Tell me, what business does a real live human have in these woods? The flame! You're out questing for a flame to enhance your sword, so you can find someone important to you. How about that? A human who can see me and seeks a great flame. Listen, you promise not to be the word of what I'm about to tell you to another soul? No promises. Alright, I'll tell you. But remember, it's a secret to everybody. No, they've always been human, Lord Hermon. All the way back to Zelda 1. The few times when they bothered to have a species called the Hylia, they're precursors. I'm trying to think. Link Between Worlds mentioned that a little bit. I don't remember if there's any other ones. Yeah, he was full Christian for a while there. For 2 games. No, 3. The flame that you seek is most likely Farore's flame. Yes, Farore's flame. That story begins very long ago when the goddess was still with us. The goddess gave the flame to the water dragon. The way I hear it, she left the flame in the care of the water dragon, so one day the mighty dragon could pass it on to the one from the sky. You see, I've got a hunch the goddess was talking about you, lad. That settles that. You must seek out the mighty water dragon. Her lair is deep in the lake south of these woods. She watches over the flame there. There's a problem, though. The gate that leads to the lake is sealed shut to all those judged unworthy. But don't worry. I'll let you in on the trick to opening the gate. To open the gate, you have to channel the power of the goddess into the symbol. If the symbol's incomplete, unlock the gate, you must make the symbol whole. You'll have to find the symbol somewhere else in the woods. okay. Where are you? Yeah, I got it. Oh, wait up. I forgot to mention this earlier, but it's important. Her Excellency, the Water Dragon, is very persnickety about matters, so watch yours. I've heard stories of folks who who caught her in a fussy mood. They end up as mid-morning snacks. I probably taste like old cave moss, but I'm not in a hurry to become a royal meal. So don't let her know I told you about the flame, okay? And remember, when you're in her hall, be in your best behavior and be a gracious guest. Yeah, she's a dragon. Got it. Yep, he's still gonna make the same damn noise. It's a dumb quote, and it always has been, Act. I want my cake, and I want to eat it, too. I understand the intended paradox of the statement. It's still a dumb statement. If there's one thing life has taught me, it's that I absolutely can have my cake and eat it, too. I just have to work for it. Oh, whatever. I don't see anything different about that, so we're just gonna move on. I don't know why he wanted me to come here. Like... So the idea behind the quote, it's kind of a badly constructed quote. The idea is, you cannot currently be in a state of both owning your cake and having eaten it, because you've either eaten it or you've owned it. You cannot have it both ways, is what they're trying to say. The problem is, it's so badly constructed, it sounds like you have to either own the cake or eat it, which is kind of dumb. But even by the intended intent, I still don't agree. Yeah, we just... Then there's the circle for the thing. Yeah, this is dumb. Yeah, no, there's no Phantom Hourglass vibes in this game at all. What are you talking about? Preferably something fruity, like a good lemon cake. You should be aware I've calculated an 80% probability that sacred flame lies beyond this lake. Thanks, Fi! It's Florida! Wait. Does that make me the Florida man? How would I fix Fi? Do an editing pass on her dialogue and get rid of meaningless, pointless drivel like what she just said. Like, it's really easy to fix Fi. Just cut out the crap. That's it. Boom. Done. Also, bigger hips. Ah, another human! Okay, okay. Just have to avoid eye contact and back away slowly. I'm coming to eat you. You will be so delicious. Come to me that I might consume your tasty flesh. Human in the water! Look at him trying to flap around in the water. Hey, rude. I never knew there were humans who could dive this deep. Can you also do a spin? Yeah, but I don't remember how. Well, it's none of those buttons. Quit following me, pest. If you don't move along, I'll be forced to tell Her Excellence, the Water Dragon, about your little incursion. Didn't see that coming, did you? There's no way you're going to be able to follow me now. So what now? You going to cry? If you can go make it through, go ahead and try. Yeah, okay. Yep, nothing short of a mighty spin. Yeah, I know, but I don't know how to do the spin. Oh, God, how do I do the spin? Of course it's L3. Why wouldn't it be the dumbest possible solution there? Get off my screen. Thank you. Yeah, how's that even possible? I've never seen a human pull off a spin like that. Well, I'm Star Fox. Wait, that's the Water Dragon scale. Does that make you emissary of the goddess? I've got an idea. Maybe we can help Her Excellence. What's wrong? Yeah, about that. Happened really recently. This weirdo came in here with a gang of monsters and went right after Her Excellence. My lady, the Water Dragon's a fierce fighter, and boy, did she gobble up most of those monsters in the first few seconds. Thing is, there were just so many of them. While she was distracted, the weirdo leading all those creatures managed to wound her. She's healing up now, but she says we don't have enough special water for her to make a recovery. So you could talk with her and see if you can help her out. I'll even take you to her. Follow me! Yep, she needs help digesting. We are past one of the Girahim fights, Royte. Of 3. Listen, we can't have... So, there's a couple of interviews that corroborate this, but I don't really need interviews or statements by the devs to tell you they were clearly trying to reboot the Zelda series in general with Skyward Sword. This makes perfect sense because they're stupid. Like, they're so incredibly stupid. Like, if you were to sit down and be like, all right, listen, I need you to decide between eating this delicious cake or putting your hand on this hot frying pan for 5 seconds, they would immediately pick the frying pan without hesitation. And then they would be confused. Like, I don't understand why that wasn't the correct choice. That's how stupid the devs of Zelda are in this particular era of gaming. I am barely exaggerating. These people are so dumb. I want to re-stress, that the Zelda devs were legitimately arguing that the Zelda franchise does not deserve to continue to exist unless they can make the Wii Motion Control, the Wii Plus whatever controls work for it. Because the only way that the Zelda series deserves to exist is if they innovate the control scheme, as if they were a toy company from 50 years ago. Instead of anything else you could do. Gah! Yeah, no, that's exactly why F-Zero is a dead franchise. That's why Star Fox is a dead franchise. Like, this is actually stupid on so many levels. It's been bothering... I've been learning so much about the behind-the-scenes of Nintendo as we've been going through this series. And it's actually really frustrating. But based on sheer analysis, plus interviews, but based on sheer analysis, it's very clear that as part of that attitude, they were just trying to take all of the Zelda, everything that was Zelda, and just throw it out the window and completely reinvent it. Now, here's the thing. If I'm being blunt, I don't really mind that in the strictest sense of the word if that was legitimately what they wanted to do. If they were like, you know what, we want to reinvent Zelda. We want to do our own little kind of new Zelda approach. You know, same. We're using the Zelda brand because we have to, but at the same time, we want to take it in different directions. That wouldn't bother me that much, especially if they were honest about that. But instead, they're clinging to this fantasy of the fact that they have to completely just it does okay, I'm okay. So we have Skyward Sword, which in many ways takes most of the concepts of the Zelda series and just throws it completely out the window. Just completely tosses it out the window. That's why, of all of the elements of you know, Zelda, very, very few of them actually exist in this game, both gameplay-wise and narratively. And then, yeah, Breath of the Wild took that and ran even further with it. In a different direction, admittedly, but still the same general concept. I don't know what Tears is going to do, but I guarantee you right now, with like 80% certainty, that Tears is going to prove the fact that Breath and Tears exist in their own little bubble, which is fine if they were doing that for the right reason. Anyways, that's weird. I was expecting to meet my friend here, and the path is blocked with a huge boulder. Lovely. Now what do we do? Well, first thing we do, kill all the lawyers. Has nothing to do with this current situation. It's just something we're going to do. Eep! Don't eat me! Your Excellence? Me, the water dragon? No, no. Are you looking for Her Excellence? You possess one of her scales, so you must be a friend. I'll tell you where you can find her. Water dragon lives just a ways up from here. Okay, thanks. It's a secret to everybody! Game. Part of the frustration, too, is I totally understand. I myself have said that at certain points in history, a particular franchises need to either be allowed to die or to stay dead, you know, stay dormant for a while. And I believe that, legitimately. In fact, I've had a lot of evidence of that over many years, that at certain points you need to just be like, all right, let's just let, you know, insert franchise here just rest for a bit, rather than trying to wring it dry and slowly making it worse and worse and worse. Right? How many of you in chat right now are legitimately happy that they pushed back the release of a new Pokemon game? Just to name one small example of that kind of concept. Probably a far more horrible example of that, I was about to bring that up for you, is Sonic. How many of you remember when we were getting bombarded with Sonic games? And then there was a kind of a weird period where the release of Sonic games slowed down a lot, and then they kind of hit the reset button, and then, well, when exactly Sonic games started getting good again is debatable, but at the very least, by the time Colors came out, it was like, okay, we've started to find ourselves again, instead of just constantly trying to shove things out the door. So, if they wanted to just let Zelda sit for a bit, I'm okay with that. But the problem is, based on evidence, they don't just let it sit for a bit, they let it die forever. Again, F-Zero and Star Fox. We actually have interviews stating that they have no interest in touching either franchise again unless they can come up with a new bonkers control scheme. Unlike, say, like I was talking about this just last night, Star Fox Zero is a legitimately good game with a terrible control scheme. One of the worst control schemes I've ever seen. Probably the third worst control scheme I've ever seen. And that's a damn shame, because underneath those terrible controls is a decent freaking game that we'll never get to play properly, because it's like, no, it needs to be a new control scheme. And yet Donkey Kong, granted that came out on the Wii U and got a port to the Switch, but still, when did Tropical Freeze come out? Because it's been a minute. Yeah, thank God we actually got Metroid Dread. Can't get through? Ah, you humans and your bones. Talk about inconvenient. I guess you can leap over the top if you have to. Yeah, we gotta learn the dolphin kick. Right. Oh my god, it has been over 10 years! Donkey Kong has been a dead franchise for over 10 years. I didn't realize it had been that long. My god. Something I hammered on over and over and over during the lead up to Metroid Dread is that one of the things they were doing correctly was Metroid Dread was really well marketed. There were a lot of Nintendo Directs centered around it. They showed off a lot of gameplay, and they had a lot of good adverts, and here's the history of the Metroid series for those of you who haven't been around for it. All of that was good. Right? All of that was good. I was in favor of that, because it was something I've been banging on about for years and years and years. Obviously, you can't just magically make a game successful, but what you can do is you can support it. Now, I know the word support is kind of a vague term, but if you actually bother to give it proper marketing and kits and pre-release time and setup and time on your whatever your particular your non-E3 thing is, generally speaking, that tends to help the sales. And lo and behold, Metroid Dread sold very well. Granted, it's on the Switch and it got the Switch boost, but the fact remains. Because one of the biggest complaints they made for years was, oh, Metroid games just don't sell, and they've never supported them, not since Super on the SNES. Also true, Darkrai. I'm still chewing on it, Act. See, if this was the original controls, this would be another controls negative. And no, I'm not just trying to beat up in the game, I'm serious. This was a waggle. So imagine having to aim and then do this. And then aim and then do this. And by the way, you have to do that for puzzle solving later on. Every single time. Yikes! Oh, they're back. That's one of the fish that Weirdo brought in here and used to attack her excellence. Watch out, they're as mean as they come! Metroid Prime 1 had an interesting dev cycle, is how I'm going to call that. Or not dev cycle, marketing cycle. Because Metroid Prime kind of got lucky, if we're being honest. It's a good example of how you can't 100% predict the success of a game, even if you support it or don't support it. Yeah, supposedly this Tuesday. All signs still point to this Tuesday, 2 days away for the Nintendo Direct. Still haven't announced it. But no, I wouldn't expect a Donkey Kong thing, because the studio that does that stuff is currently making Metroid Prime 4. If I could bring back a dead Nintendo franchise, what would it be and how would it play? Well, there's only... Hang on, let's come up with a list. What are all the dead Nintendo franchises? First of all, obviously, Donkey Kong. 10 years qualifies as dead. So, Donkey Kong, and then Star Fox, and then F-Zero. Mother isn't actually a Nintendo franchise, so I don't count that. Kid Icarus I'll give you. Ice Climbers I'll give you. That's gotta be unpleasant. By the way, just name this guy is Jaleef, as in Jelly F. Hey, Dracul. Happy Sunday. I can prove that you're not listening to me, Spartan, because I quite literally just said Mother is not actually Nintendo property. You there, human. Wow, you are ugly. You've intruded into my home, a sacred place few are permitted to enter. But yeah, Mother is never coming back. That's just reality. E-Toy has moved on. The end. I would not bring Mother back even if I actually had the power to do so. I am. Those with manners address me as Farron, Warden of the Woods. I was appointed by the goddess herself. Though my current stature is less than intimidating, well, shall we say, know that you stand in the presence of a loyal servant of the goddess. Ah, I say, it's one of my scales you have there. A sacred gift such as that can only be carried by the goddess's chosen hero. But could you really be him? This raises questions. Even with that scale in your possession, finding my hull is no easy task. How did you find me? Ah, yes, the cackling old hermit Kikwi told you where I live, didn't he? Honestly, I can't remember how many times I've told that scruffy thing to keep his mouth shut. That's the less straw. Next time I see him, he's dinner. Oh, but I digress. You've come here seeking a sacred flame, haven't you? Yes. I knew it. Yeah, we call it Undertale Act. And that franchise is still going, because Deltarune's coming out. I'll be straight with you. A shrimpy boy like you hardly looks the part of the goddess's chosen hero. There's no doubt about it. A test is in order. Oh my god. Game. I can't remember who, but one of the people I followed back in the day when this game came out was making fun of exactly that. Like, this entire game is just this endless series of tests. And I get it. It's a Zelda game. You're supposed to go do the content, which is usually puzzles and exploration of bosses. But, I don't know, something about the fact that they constantly phrase it as, you must prove your worth. You must prove your worth. Just constantly got grating. It's part of what I've talked about earlier, and have, in fact, not given a -4, but I'm about to. Oh, no, I have. Negative number 7. Why is everyone such a dick in this game? Because it's kind of the same mentality. Oh, you're pathetic and worthless. You couldn't possibly be the hero. Tell you what, go get me a pizza. I want extra pepperoni, some mushrooms, let's see, black olives, and some shredded beef, I think. Yes. And that will prove your worth to me. Chop, chop now. Yeah, I require a shrubbery. Like, it's contemptuous. That's a good word, Little Billy. Pause. Thank you, Vandalia. Always appreciate. Gate, FF1 comparison block, comparison, and Kingdom Hearts block. No. So the way Nintendo does internal hardware, internal hardware, there's some bleed over. The Wii in many ways was just a more advanced GameCube. The Wii U was a more advanced Wii, and the Switch is a more advanced Wii U. So they don't have to do that much to change a game for two different consoles, as long as they know walking into it that they're doing that. Now, that was a problem with Twilight Princess, because sometimes they don't know until they've already started development. But for the most part, they're usually aware of those problems and limitations and can work around them. By the way, Breath of the Wild was another example where they didn't know that the Switch existed until they were well in development. But that's because the Breath of the Wild development was 6 goddamn years, which was an inordinately huge amount of time, which they just spent constantly coming up with new systems and new systems and new systems. Anyways, so no, it was mostly a matter of essentially self-porting. It's one of the reasons so many Wii U games came out on the Switch, because it was relatively easy to just be like, and just dump it over. So, let's go get a pizza. Shortly before your arrival, I was attacked by a pompous creature calling himself Girahim. I stood against this self-proclaimed demon lord, but was wounded in the encounter. The wounds he's given me are stubborn things. I've been forced to recuperate in this basin of sacred water. Fortunately, the healing properties of the sacred water have diminished. I am now in need of another dose to freshen up my healing bath. Okay, I know that I'm being a little facetious here, but you want me to get you some bath water. That's how I can prove my worth. Just to get you bath water. Do me this favor, and I'll gladly show you where the sacred room is. You got it. I'm analyzing the water. I can now help you douse for the water you're searching for. You wisely elected to carry an empty bottle. Yep, I knew this was coming. Imagine not having an empty bottle at this point in the game, by the way. You continue down this way, you'll be finding an exit back through the woods. Run along. One does not keep a dragon waiting. I want to stress that I don't really want to bash this game. Really. Like, I don't have a grudge walking in. I know someone's going to be like, oh, you just hate this game because it hurt you back in the day. No. If you actually think that, then you're an idiot. I want this game to be good. I want this game to be the kind of game that's going to score 100+. This game is just irritating, and I think that's the best word for it. In gameplay and story both, the game is just irritating. It's not even bad. I don't think it's going to be a net negative. It's just... It's like... You ever wear one of those all-wool sweaters? And so there's just this kind of constant sensation of just a little bit itchy, right? Like, everywhere. And there's no getting comfortable, right? There's no living with it. It's just, there's this kind of scratching sensation all over the place. It's not terrible, right? It's warm. You know, you're keeping warm. That's what this game feels like. I think we're up to like 4 games now that I would love to see a proper remake of. Zelda 2, both DS games, and this one. Yeah, there's good dungeons, there's great music. I've been really enjoying the music. And even the core narrative is actually pretty solid. Thank you. And yeah, a lot of the activities feel like... I have to choose my words carefully here, because most side quests boil down to being chores, right? But it's incumbent upon the game designer to make those chores fun. Right? Like, and there's a good... Yeah, there's bad dailies and there's good dailies. Exactly, Spartan. Sometimes you're like, yeah, and sometimes you're like, ugh. And a lot of the side quests in this game feel like, ugh, why am I doing this? Because I have to prove my worth. By my estimates, you are currently situated in the southwest area of Fernwoods. Please confirm your location with your map. Fi? What is wrong with you, Fi? Are you having a stroke? First of all, I could have told you that just from looking at the area I'm in. Second of all, I can hit the map button. It's right there. Please remember, this is the toned down Fi. She is a lot less bad in this version. She said, hey, you're in the southwest part of the map. And then pulled out the map and shoved it into my face. Like, she literally opened the map for me. Just to shove... I'm going to give a negative to her. I've been trying really hard to tolerate her. Because I know she's better than she used to be. And in the old system, she'd probably be 3 negatives or more. But she's at least a negative. She's at least 1 negative. This is stupid. Okay. It's true. Master, are you aware that there's a 35% chance that you have brain damage? Oh, I remember, Rex. I remember. It really is interesting how much better this version of the game is, considering how much this is pissing me off. Oh, wait. Oh, 100%, Rex. Like, I'm pretty sure this game would actually be a net negative on the Wii. 100%. It is me. I agree, by the way, Shadow Warriors. Or Shadow Warriors. Wow! Shadow Machine, your new name is Shadow Warriors. There's a lot of fun characters to play as in Hyrule Warriors, though. Not quite as much in 2. At least from what I played. But a lot of fun stuff in 1. Trust me, I still have to do like a little bit of a mental recorrect every time I call her Fi. Because I've been calling her Fee for about 10 years now. Well, A, they're not actually Zelda games, Shadow Machine, so duh. And B, and more importantly, those aren't funded yet. I mean, let's be clear, this is already a very, very large block. We don't need to add 2 also very large games on top of it. What's really funny to me, Rex, personally, is we haven't even gotten to the really good dungeons yet. Like, so far we've seen stuff that's good, but the stuff that's coming up is great, you know? Yes, Ocarina is the most popular Zelda by a wide margin. If someone is thinking about a Zelda game, like just in general populace, there's like a 90% chance they're thinking of Ocarina. Off the top of my head? Oh, that's easy. Snowhead Ruins, or Snowhead Peak. My readings indicate the presence of sacred water inside the temple. Unfortunately, it's not possible to use dowsing here. So just do the temple again. No, Ocarina is still the most popular one overall. Breath got the Switch boost, don't mistake me. But for the same reason FF7 is more popular than FF10, Ocarina is more popular than Breath of the Wild. Unless you're going by sales figures. In which case, Breath of the Wild is the most successful by a factor of like 5. Which is just insane to think about. So, this is not exactly the same dungeon as we just did. And to claim otherwise would be inaccurate. But the fact that we're already redoing dungeons, not a great sign.
Hold it. You're that guy. The guy I met in the volcano. You had to do some treasure hunting, too? I called it. You got treasure hunting written all over your face. Did the big stone guy out there tip you off to the loot, too? Stone guy? Yeah. What do you say again? Strum a chord, most beautiful in the place of the temple where the butterflies dance. So I get here and I let loose with some of the most gorgeous humming I've done in my entire life. Nothing happens. See now I come all this far. There's no chance I'm going to give up the hunt for treasure just yet. Actually, the Zelda development staff have been pretty quiet, little Billy. The only thing we know is they're not doing any DLC from this point onwards for Tears. That's the one thing they've indicated. Well there, buddy. But you think you're gonna run ahead and swipe all the best treasure for yourself? Well, I say you're setting yourself up for big-time disappointment. Just because some weird design popped up the wall doesn't mean you're any closer to finding the treasure, right? I think you've been had by what that boulder with legs. Stay if you want. I'm going ahead. Perfect. I mean, given the attitude in the office, that wouldn't surprise me at all, Jim. Not a little. Then again, that attitude was like 10 years ago. Maybe that attitude isn't the prevailing thought process nowadays. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the concept. I'm being totally honest. Like, I don't know, I'm probably just an idiot. But when I heard that Dragon Age 4 is not going to be open world, my first thought was, oh, thank God! No more open world games. Don't mistake me, I actually like quite a few open world games. GTA 5 and Oblivion are two of my highest rated games ever, and I imagine Fallout 3 will score quite well someday as well. But the problem is, and I've said this before, in fact, I've said this so long ago, we have actually streamed Skyrim when I was talking about this. Open world games are really hard to do well, I should say. Making a really good open world game is hard. That's why there's so few really good ones. And honestly, even amongst those, a lot of those are just, we put up with the open world for the rest of the game, right? The open world is just kind of there. In addition to, like, the rest of the game, you know? Yeah, exactly. It's an open world, it's empty world. Now, I'm not accusing Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom of that. But, really? That's what you think is the new big innovation? Is that? I mean, honestly, Arceus was actually a pretty solid open world. Go figure. Just fantastic. I worked like a weasel just to swipe a key from that monster, and I have to go and lose it. Just can't remember which hole I hid it in. What do I need a key for anyway? I can buy a trunk of those things once I find the treasure. I may have to... You can buy keys? What is this, Zelda 1? Again, I haven't played Tears, so I can't cast any judgment one way or the other on that. Who knows? Oh gosh, like 5 hours or something, act. Not counting the glitch, obviously. The glitch, it's like 2 minutes or something. That is some aim. Here, let's pause. Let's hit the stream brakes. Well, see, that's the thing. In order to make a really, truly good open world game, you need to consider a lot of factors that you normally don't. First and most importantly, flow. How exactly the player moves around the world map. There needs to be a lot of design that goes into that. I just use one word to describe that, but trust me when I say you can spend an entire year just designing the flow of a game to make sure it flows and works properly. You have to design what kind of enemies are in which areas, which kind of quests are in which areas, which kind of interactables are in which areas, where the explorers are, where the hidden secrets are. And there has to be a guidance to it, at least a little bit, but it can't be too restrictive, because otherwise at that point you just don't have an open world anymore, right? Flow is extremely difficult to design properly. GTA 5 is a game that I will famously talk about endlessly about how great the flow is in that game, because so much work and effort is done into, like, even little things. Like, you've just finished a quest, and the moment you finish the quest, the camera, out of your control, will pan into a certain direction and face some way so you can look at stuff you can interact with. And it's like, it's naturally inclining you there. You don't have to, but it's giving you that little extra tidbit. And then there's the way they design things like the highways and the roads and which cars are accessible where and just all kinds of stuff like that. So anyways, Skyward Sword, any percent is 1 hour, 7 minutes. However, that's with the glitch. Any percent without the glitch is 5 freaking hours. Jesus Christ, picture that for a second. And back in the day, 100% is 6 hours and 47 minutes. Now that is the original version, the Wii version. This version, I believe, is a lot faster. I don't remember what it stands for, but it's a glitch they use on the title screen. It is an interesting it's a glitch. Basically, imagine you're playing the game while the title screen is on the screen. That's the glitch, put simply. Back in time, that's what they call it. So for this thing, any percent which does not have the glitch is 3 hours and 57 minutes. 100% is 7 hours, 27 minutes. Oh my god. Wow. This game. Anyways. Point being, open world games are hard to design. Because flow is just the first thing you have to think about. The next thing you have to think about is traversal. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you don't design good traversal, then all you've done in an open world game is created a commute between activities. And that's not fun, interesting, engaging, or anything, really. It sucks. This is interesting. Die, monster. Oh, I just go all the way to the entrance there. Okay, so I need to find a hole that has a thing in it, which means they're probably going to start killing people. I like Arceus, and I do think it's a good open world game, yes. You'll notice it does both things I just talked about well, flow and traversal. I accept this.
Yeah, then there's Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age Inquisition should not have been an open world game. Very, very bluntly. Whether you like the hinterlands or not, that was not a correct move in my opinion. You'll notice that two things I've only talked about two things, because there's a lot more than two, but the two things I just mentioned were both done badly in Inquisition. Traversal, which there basically is none. There's just walking around on foot. And, flow. There is no flow to those zones at all, and it gets much worse when you get to the actually bad zones later on. Yeah, the horse. Witcher 3 actually kind of failed at being an open-world game in many respects. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. That game actually doesn't score very well on the gameplay axis. Everyone, including me, remembers it so fondly because of the story axis. Nothing's as bad as Starfield. The moment you started comparing something to Starfield is the moment you've gotten a little exaggerative. Because, trust me, Starfield is so much worse than any of that crap. But no, Witcher 3 has no real flow to it. I will never forget the very first time I played Witcher 3, because I was like, alright, so I'm going to be here, I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to go here, and on the road to the quest I was currently doing, there was a little dude off to the side of the road. I went, oh, let's go see what that. And they killed my asses off because they were level 10. Now, that's just one anecdote, but that gets across the overall point. There is no real flow to the Witcher 3 zones at all. There's just stuff wherever. It's probably because, like most designers, they actually designed the overworld from a perspective of the story, not the gameplay. A fairly common problem in designers, I've noticed. Cyberpunk did actually have better overworld design in general. Still not what I want to call great, but better. Definitely better. You little jackasses. No, Poogity. They are better, but they are still not good. They are still a negative to gameplay. Oh, wow. No, Czar. That's not really a lorium. That's just a gaming term. In fact, it's not even really a gaming term. It's just a word. Okay. Time for the attack off. Ranged off? I don't know. No. It takes so long to swap between items. And the game doesn't pause while you're swapping between items. You never notice that? That's a weird choice right there. I mean, the game's still net positive, Poogity. It's definitely better than the old version. Make no mistake. Hi! Jackasses. But yeah, Spider-Man on the PS4 is a good example of a game. Didn't really have particularly good flow because it had more or less no flow whatsoever. You just had quests, which were wherever, and side activities, which would technically spawn on you as you were navigating the world. What Spider-Man on the PS4 absolutely had was traversal. Getting around from point A to point B was just fun in that game. And that's probably why it had such an absence of flow, because it didn't need it. It could just put stuff wherever, and then you'd just go there to do it. So, rather than, like, having some kind of thing like this as your path through the overworld map in Spider-Man 4, or Spider-Man on the PS4, you just do this, and you just bounce around between one objective and the next. Shite! Did some serious miles to get my paws on treasure, and I found squat. Talk about bad luck. I think some no-good thief beat me to the goods. There's nothing here but water now. Who in stinking world would come all this way for water? Nobody, that's you. I'm keeping my losses heading home. See ya. So, yeah, that was this dungeon again. Not much to add to that, to be honest with you. It's just, like, we're not even... It's not good. I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard not to be negative here. But it's like, instead of actually giving us a new dungeon in the bones of the old dungeon, which could have worked, it's just go through most of the dungeon again with like 1 or 2 new puzzles and new enemies. That's it. God, I'm amazed this game even got made. Really. You find 1 new key, and all the enemies here are higher level, and there's more of them. That's it. Most of the other puzzles are already solved, because we already did this dungeon. Now, it could be worse. We could have to redo the dungeon all over again. This might be our first death right here. Let's back off for a second. Okay, that's not even close to what I wanted to do. Oh no, that's not a theory, Puggy. This game absolutely went through, Game? There you go. This game absolutely went through development hell, 100%. This is, by all accounts, the most troubled production any Zelda game has ever had. Not the longest, but the most troubled. Yeah, those enemies are another example of this would be a negative on the original version. They're not exactly an engaging enemy to begin with, and they're just there to test, are you hitting from the right angle? Which, if you're paying attention, every enemy so far has been doing that. The Baba, the plant things force you to slice in a specific direction. The Moblins force you to slice in a specific direction. The Lizalfos force you to slice in a specific direction. The Stalfos force you to slice in a specific direction. That's it. That's every enemy. Every enemy design is slice in the right direction. That's it. I don't want to do this, but I have to give this a negative. This is just padding. This is straight up padding. I detect the sacred water nearby. Really? Bye. Do we need to have a chat? Yeah, let's douse for it. Okay, it's apparently specifically over here. Over by the ferries, which would make sense, actually. Depends, Vandalia. There is story padding and there is gameplay padding.
There's a 95% probability the water here is identical to the water in the Water Dragon's basin. I suggest we take it back to her. Oh god, I think you're right, Rex. Yeah, this whole side quest is some of the most padding stuff in this entire game, right? Wrong, because we're going to do this at least 2 more times. I'm with you, Pokety. I've been clamoring for more story in Zelda games since Link to the Past. A game which I hold to this very day has a good story. Hi, Ross. Yeah, at this point, I'm worried for Twilight Princess. How well is that going to score? Let's go to Florida again here. Hit me, Ross. What you got? Well, I've never reviewed Twilight Pokety, so who knows? We'll see. Essence 20. No. Don't think I've heard of it, Ross. What is it? I had a random thought last night. Don't ask. Just this is one of those, shower thoughts, right? And I think the reason why Skyward Sword has been pissing me off so much is pretty much the exact same reason Spirit Tracks pissed me off so much. It's this close to being a great game. Not a good game, but really nailing it. You want to reset the franchise and just make a new Elseworld Zelda that has nothing to do with the previous Zelda games. Okay, I'm with that. You want to really focus on the story and actually have characters which have arcs and development. Okay, I'm with that. You want to establish an origin story and have a character as our main companion again. Okay, I'm with that. And I kind of already mentioned this, but a lot of the dungeon design in this game is really, really good. We haven't really seen that yet, so you're going to have to trust me on this. But hell yes. Like, even some of the kit is pretty cool in this. The beetle is an awesome thing, and I like the idea of upgrading our kit as we go, which, if you remember, is also an idea that Link Between Worlds used to good effect. I'm with so much of the bones of this game. Whip, 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 whip. Yes, just look at that color. There's no doubt about this is the water I need. Quickly, my boy. Pour it into the basin. Oh, I remember, Rex, and I have spit so much venom and ire at professional video game reviewers that I don't have anything else to add to that at this point. I wouldn't trust a professional video game review to be something I would wipe my ass with. Exquisite, I can feel its energy surging through me. Behold the full majesty of Farron. Water Dragon, guardian of these lands, I stand tall-heeled and whole once again. Human, you have done well to bring me the sacred water I asked you for. I see now it's no coincidence you completed the goddess's trial and obtained the Water Dragon scale. Yeah! Okay, I'm sorry. All I did was redo the first dungeon and pick up some water from a bottle. With a bottle. That's it. Nothing I did was substantial or significant. Like, I want you to think about this for a second. Because what I just did, functionally, was... I'm not sure if you are worthy to be the goddess's chosen hero. Please get on this conveyor belt and run in a straight line for 10 minutes. If you accomplish this, Then I will see it is no coincidence you have completed the goddess's trial. You are the one who would obtain the dragon scale, because you were able to run in a straight line for 10 minutes. Like, yeah, the Silent Realm was much more engaging, and you'll notice positive worthy. And also, you know, in lore is a lot more indicative that we are worthy of this task. Never mind the fact that we've already beaten Girahim, the Demon Lord, in a one-on-one fight, and defeated several monsters as we're going through, and already obtained, like, oh, I forget what we obtained at this point. Whatever we got the first time around. I'll grant you the favor you asked for and lend you the sacred flame of my land. Come! Oh god, Vandalia, that would be so terrible. That's a good point. We beat Girahim, and Girahim beat her, so we can't possibly have beaten Girahim. Again, it's that chores problem I talked about earlier. A lot of the side quests in this game don't feel like side quests or trials or engaging activities. They feel like chores. And once again, it's so obvious the difference because the Silent Realm sequences, those are trials. Those are intense. They reward skill. They're non-binary. Do you notice that? Like, obviously, if you get hit by the dude, you fail instantly. But there's a lot of gap in between you running around with them detecting you and then you actually getting hit. There's ways to avoid detection. There's ways to go back into stealth state. Like, that's good. This is whatever. Anyways. They're also pretty quick. That's true. And they're pretty well designed, too. But that's okay. Because now we're about to do Dungeon 7. Let's do it. That's true, Rex. That's a good point, too. So what am I ranking of other reviews by people I respect? I'm not sure I respect any other game reviewers, to be totally honest with you. Ah, yes, the Ancient Cistern. Mandalore Gaming is certainly fascinating, but he doesn't do reviews. Well, let me walk that sentence back a second. I would not consider what he does reviews. I consider he does overviews. Like, he's looking at something that's like, hey, here's this thing, and here's some discussion about it. You know, here's some of the gameplay, here's some of the controls, here's some of the viscerality, and then here's the story, and then here's just the spoilers. That's cool, interesting, and worthwhile information. I absolutely recommend Mandalore Gaming to everyone, but that's not a review. Right? It's actually one of the biggest reasons why I've insisted for over a decade at this point that the Ruminations are not and never have been reviews, despite the fact that everybody calls them that. Because they're not. There's no review happening there. Do I respect myself? No. You kidding me? I'm weightless. I would also mention Josh Strife Hayes in that list. He tends to give something closer to reviews, but it kind of varies from game to game. And consequently, Josh Strife Hayes is someone else I recommend quite a bit. So, yeah. Well, he is British, Ross. At least I think he's British. Remember, and this is real, truthful information, people who have a British accent of any type, because there's several British accents, do better on YouTube than people who have accents like mine. If he is, that is news to me, Act. Yeah, no, Czar. People have been saying that for a long time, and like again, over a decade. It's like no. All right, so Ancient Cistern. Come on, come on, Skyward. This is your bread and butter. Dungeon design. Sell me, wow me. Let's do this. Hi, Dr. Winter. Yes, kill me! Or, I mean... Bruce is off having too few cutscenes. No, I mean that's another thing I was... That's another thing I was talking about with PAX just last night. Groose is a good character with a good character arc, but it suffers from two problems that are very common in video games. The character arc is too rushed and too spread out. In other words, if you chopped out all of the gameplay in between and just condensed it to his cutscenes, his character arc is, I'm a dick and I'm awful, and I'm going to attack, literally physically attack you during your trial. And then, like, the next cutscene he's in, the very next cutscene is the one we've already seen, where he already starts his redemption. The cutscene after that, redemption has finished, and now he's awesome. 3 cutscenes from jackass to redeemed. A little too rushed. But again, it's spread out over huge swaths of the game. We're on our 3rd day of playing this, and we've seen 2 Groose cutscenes. Or rather, 2 Groose sections, might be a better way to phrase that. It's more like 4 Groose cutscenes, but point remaining. You can have Groose periodically. It's okay. Yeah, exactly, Bionic Punk. Underutilized is a great word. There's just several aspects of this game. That's clever right there. Sorry. Several aspects of this game, of these games, have great characters that are underutilized. So that's great tutorialization, by the way. What we just saw from that's so good. I have to praise the game. Oh no. Oh no, I have to praise the game. Okay. Check it out. We come in through there. The only way down is here. There's enough of a spread of the lily pads, so it's functionally impossible to land down here without landing on a lily pad. The moment we land on it, it flips. Boom. That is great tutorialization. That is flow right there. You don't actually have to have a thing where Phi pops up and says, Master, I've detected a 35% chance that if you were to land on these from a sufficient height, it'll flip them. You don't have to do that. Because you did it in the game. You showed it just by how you designed the level. Thumbs up. That's Zelda design right there. That's the kind of thing that I love about Zelda games. Yeah, it's very Metroid-y. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Zelda at its best is very Metroid-y. That would have been really funny, Rex. Just Phi's like, hey, what's up? Master, I detect a 52% chance. Yeah, sorry, Czar. I missed it completely. Do you mind repeating it? Oh, God, she would, Ross. I don't know if you saw the Mega Man X5 stream, but holy crap. We're already there. We've already reached the point in Mega Man history where they're over-tutorialized. Mega Man X7 was actually the worst for that, but Mega Man X5 is where that really started. Okay, are you really going to do this? Okay. Is there... Okay, so is there a way to make low health sound effects good or a positive? Probably not. Is there a way to make them not have a negative? Yeah, absolutely. It's actually easier to do than you'd think. Because all I'd have to do is fire up Breath of the Wild, to give you an example of that. Or, for that matter, Super Mario Odyssey. There are ways to make low health sounds unobtrusive. Oh my god.
Making it fade in and out is a good example. Focusing on it being more of a bassy sound than a high-pitched sound is an example. Both of those are well-trod methods by which you can make the low health beat a leap sound not irritating. And actually, you know what? I'm going to disagree with myself because you're right. In Pokemon Black and White, they turned it into a danger song. And that was awesome. That was a plus. So never mind. That is the way you turn that into a positive. Oh, Jesus, I don't know. Samus Returns and Metroid Dread both did it too. Honestly, most modern Nintendo games have actually solved the low health beat leaps. It's weird that they didn't solve it by this time. Oh, okay. Nope. Okay, hold on. Yeah, the Temple's Secret Order. What the hell is the Temple's Secret Order? Really? Okay. Yeah, Twilight, one of the only negatives I guarantee you right now will give Twilight Princess is the low health beat leaps. There are others. Not a perfect game, but like, I can tell you that now is my point, without even having played it. Someone killed the bot. Alright, who killed the bot? It was Ect. Yeah, the solution for low health beetle leaps is just don't get hit. It's easy. Feels weird to backtrack at this point, but I'm not actually sure what else to do, so whatever. What else we got? Money. No! It was a trap. It will be mine. Yeah! Ah! Okay, so that's a nope.
Favorite one I want to level in a platformer. Well, at the moment, that'd probably be A Link Between Worlds. But that's very fresh in my mind, so that doesn't really count. Yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest 2. Whatever it's called. Ori 2. Ori 2. That's a good one. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, actually, Donkey Kong Country, especially Tropical Freeze, had some really good underwater levels. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention several Mario games. And a few Mega Man ones. And Tropical Freeze is so damn good. The only downside to Tropical Freeze, and I mean this, it sounds weird, but it's true, is that the game is balls hard. It's one of the meaner platformers I've played in recent memory. It's a good thing, but it's also a terrible thing. That's right. They also did add Funky Mode to help out with that. My niece loved playing that game with Funky Mode on. She actually didn't play Funky originally. She played Cranky originally. But she started having issues and started getting frustrated. She came to me, and it was like the cutest thing. She's like, you know, Uncle, I'm enjoying this game, but like I want to enjoy this game, but I can't because it's just too mean. And I'm like, well, okay, that's what Funky Mode's for. What's Funky Mode? Explain, explain, explain. Alright, I give up. Does anybody know the answer here? Because I seem to be missing whatever obvious thing it is that I'm supposed to be catching. And it's always something obvious. There's a sign. Okay, where is it? Is it right here in front of me? Immediately? So back, and rear, and then right hand, and then left hand. Okay, so right is last. So left, right is the last two. So up, down, left, right. There you go. Up, down, left, right. I'm going to double check that, but that's probably it. Yep, nope. Up, down, left, right. Cool. Oh no, it's review bombing. Have you not heard, Act? The review bombers are so stupid, they've actually been review bombing the wrong thing. not me being facetious. There's a movie called The Acolytes, which they've been review bombing, which has nothing to do with Star Wars, and doesn't even have the right name to it. Like, it's kind of funny, if I'm being honest with you. How pathetic that is. Up, you stupid game. Up, up, up! Jesus Christ, go up! Yes, game, thank you. I figured out that I did a thing that I just did. For the record, I haven't seen anything about Acolyte. Other than people's hilariously terrible reactions to it. See, I'm kind of the opposite. I don't really have a lot of Star Wars fatigue at the moment, but then again, I've been getting interested in the rewrite lately, so it's probably part of it. Okay, so I don't think we can actually reach that one. Let's try it. Okay, so now the problem is hitting it rather than just reaching it. Let's go over here first. Okay, that was useless and pointless. Drew my attention there, though. Yeah, I will admit, I bowed out of the MCU extremely hard. But in my defense, that's kind of not because I was tired of the MCU, but rather because all the stuff they were putting out was stuff I just had no interest in. Like, they were leaning very hard on the multiverse, which immediately lost me, just right out the gate. And just none of the new stuff has been like, well, okay, that's worth my time and effort. We'll probably see Deadpool 3, yeah. That's up to my niece, not me, act. Or, put another way, I have no interest in seeing Inside Out 2. I've actually kind of bowed out of Pixar as well lately. See, that's interesting. I heard the exact opposite, Spartan. And again, multiverse, so immediate disinterest. I mean, it's kind of like hearing, hey, there's this really, really good coffee house that's just opened. And I'm like, well, that's good. That's a good thing. Speaking of which, if you haven't seen it already, you should watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. A movie I will never watch. Because it's kind of the antithesis of everything I like in filmmaking. Well, that's not true. That's exaggerative. Let me try that again. Imagine black licorice flavored coffee, and that's that film. That's a better way to put that. It's a good film, though. I recommend it. I am not, in fact, a fan of Into the Spider-Verse. Although that's also a good movie. I haven't seen the second one. Oh, screw it. Down we go. Where did you get the extra arms from? Hello there. Oh, he got his arms back fast. Hey look, it's the same combat encounter every fight has been in this entire game. So yeah, enemy variety plus, not feeling it. Enemy design, maybe. But definitely not enemy variety, because it's just the same fight. These things have way too much health. Damn it, game. Actually, it does Nosians, yeah. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be quite exaggerative. It is obviously an escalation of the same enemy design. Blah, 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 blah. It's just... I'm already tired of fighting enemies in this game, you know? And we're not even halfway through this thing. So now we get a whip. Well, then we will disagree, Loke. I am not giving the enemy variety positive. I refuse. I flat refuse. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. You couldn't pay me enough to give an enemy variety positive this game. I'd rather die than give an enemy variety positive this game. I'd rather take Bionic Punk and then, like, have him strangle me to death. No, I'll debate enemy design. Because, you know, I would probably not be giving core combat a plus for this one around. Because, well, honestly, if I have to explain why, then I haven't been doing my job very properly. Come on, game. There we go. Look for the key that lies beneath the earth. Oh, okay. I mean, there's only so much you can do when you're saddled with motion controls, right? Having said that, of the Zeldas we have left, I know at least one of them, 3 of them, excuse me, are going to get core combat positives. I'm not sure about Tears. And I'm not sure about Wind Waker. Now don't mistake me. If Tears is the same basic concept as Breath, then it's getting multiple positives, because Breath has the best core combat of the franchise to date. I don't think so, Dr. Winter. What the? Huh? It happened again. That was weird. No, Puggity. We'll be walking into Tears pretty blind. As is intended. Yeah, it did it twice in a row, Arspruce. I don't know. My momentum was weird. Okay. I mean, the example I always like to use, Ect, is use your head. But I know that some people... This is not an insult. I know several people in my stream have autism or otherwise have difficulty discerning things when it comes to a social aspect. So, generally speaking, don't say anything unless I say to, is the rule. If I say, where is such and such, then I mean it, right? Like, please tell me. If I say out loud, I wonder where such and such is, then I am not asking for help. Make sense? Oh, there's the Sacred Flame. I can see it right there. Oh god, it's gonna be so bad, Inami Shao. It's gonna be so bad. Game. Game, yes, I know I flipped the thing, game. 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 Game, there you go, there you go. I don't know. Cooking Mama? That sounds pretty cool. Like in like a VR kind of a thing. Oh no, we're gonna have ads in our brain. You've seen Futurama, right, Act? Oh no, I've accidentally not had my underwear as I'm giving this big report. That's why. You haven't? Okay, so in Futurama, they beam ads into your brain while you sleep. So they become your dreams. Do I think we'll ever see Mass Effect 5? Coin says no. Is Dragon Age 4 going to be a good game? Whoop, hang on. I lost it! Ah! I lost it twice. It's a bad omen. It's a bad omen. Oh my god. Coin says yes. Today,
Dragon Age 4 will be a net positive result. Which is less likely. Dragon Age 5 or Mass Effect 5? Mass Effect 5. I legitimately think that Mass Effect 5 has a really low chance of ever coming out. Like, no fooling, no joking, no memeing, no nothing. Not happening. Hi, Milkerblade. Yes, Czar. There is a Mass Effect 4. It's called Andromeda. And I don't care how often they try to say the Mass Effect Andromeda doesn't exist. Mass Effect Andromeda exists. And it is Mass Effect 4. I'm just so sick to death of gaming naming schemes. Yeah, by the way, I still haven't seen the gameplay footage from Dragon Age 4. A friend of mine was telling me I need to just turn it into a stream. I need to just watch it live and react to it live, because I'm never going to have the time otherwise. Oh, it's crazy, Milkerblade. It's crazy. Whoop. I should probably actually use the item that I was trying to use. Oh yeah, they completely flung Andromeda under the rock. Like, no, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Both actually are. Plus, you know, just streaming. I'm actually behind on paperwork right now. So, like, for example, during my lunch break today, I'll be catching up on paperwork. But I recommend starting the Mass Effect games. Yeah. Mass Effect 1 is still an interesting game, and Mass Effect 2 is still a pretty good game. And then you can just stop there and be done. It'll be fine. Oh, absolutely, Dream Whisperer. For those of you not aware, it wasn't even the core BioWare team that made Andromeda. It was the, it was the multiplayer team that made the multiplayer for Mass Effect 3. Pretty much their first actual game. Montreal studio. I'm not even sure any of them kept their jobs after that. Oh yeah, Mass Effect 3 has plenty of good stuff in it. Also has a lot of Drek. It is a literal work of the devil, Inamisha. No, Mass Effect 3 got a net golden number of 30, and I stand by that. That's not really a great score, but it is still net positive. I've played worse. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh. You know, I hear that a lot, Enemy Show. I've never agreed with it, but I do hear that a lot. Yeah, no, it was a really good score if we eject the outro. Everyone thinks I'm memeing. Everyone thinks I'm joking. But no, I showed my work. The outro for Mass Effect 3 is trash. It is absolute garbage. I agree with that, Lord Hermont. If you remember, it scored pretty well if you eject all the optional crap. I'll be right back.
Alright, today's a bit of a headache day. Having some issues. Okay. Where the hell am I going? So I could get up here, but all this got me was the map. Which is useless. As it always is. There's a bunch of barred gates in my way, so that sucks. I can't get over there. Can't get over there. Like, it feels like I need to change the water levels, but I don't know how to do that. Okay. Like, the game very clearly directed me this way. No, they're too... It would be impolite, Arspruce, to just go through between the bars. And then the game directed me over here. Oh, I had terrible sleep last night, Bionic. Just terrible. Okay, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. I even have memories of getting stuck at this point. So it's time to Google it, because I'm officially unsure of where to go. To the Googles. I can whip through the bars? You can whip through the bars? Negative to gameplay. God damn. Yes, well, at least I tried, Pokety. Yet nothing anywhere indicates you can whip through the bars, and unlike the earlier section, which was extremely well tutorialized, that's nonsense. God, no wonder I was stuck here so long last time I played this. Hi! You're gonna die now! Alright. My bloodlust has been satisfied. Okay. No, I agree with you on that point, Itamisho. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? You know when you have the character just flat out say, hey, you can reach through the bars? That's when you do it, game. You want Fi to interrupt me? Do it when there's something that nothing else is indicating I can interact with a thing. Like, that would have been a good time for Fi to be like, yo. Instead of just, you know, hey, Master, I've detected a 36% chance that the thing you're looking for is in this area you're looking for it in. Goddamn game. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. We're okay. We're okay. Feel better. I ranted for a second. So now that I know that, that actually changes the dynamic of the earlier room, too. You can grab the ledge, Link. It's okay. Hi. To clarify, I am actually going to give a negative to gameplay for this overall problem, but not just for this one instance of it. It's something I've noticed in pretty much the whole game. is that there's this tendency to have interactions that nothing really indicates you can do. You know? Like, I've noticed that the entire playthrough. There have been a few moments where it's like, hey, go here, and I'm like, how? And you guys have had to be my walkthrough. So that is an overall guidance negative for several times in which the game just kind of fails at its job. Yeah, I did that before stream started, although then he responded to me, so egg on my face there. Just trying to not interrupt the stream with that. And I failed! Fail at everything. Chat-fi is great, yeah, pretty much. There we go. One other thing, just to continue defending myself against nobody. Because nobody's actually calling me out for this. One thing that I've been accused of a few times is because I either am too tired, or I'm playing games too quickly, or I'm playing the game too much in a row, I just miss stuff that I otherwise wouldn't miss. And that's probably true. But the thing that I have to point out to contradict that is, then there's everything else, which I don't miss. There's a lot of good guidance and presentation and flow and indication and tutorialization that are present throughout the whole game. Like, other than whip through the bars, most of this dungeon has been pretty solid. This looks safe. They were... I think it's part of the reboot thing, Poogity. I think they were really pushing for the idea of the sci-fi element. Yeah, sorry, everyone. I'm feeling a little flushed right now. That's true, Bionic. It's one of the reasons I try to go out of my way to notice it when it's there. It's okay, I'm always feeling that way when Bragwin's here. Because I ain't dealing with these jackasses, like, at all. I was thinking about that, Ross, but I think no. And you know why? Because this exact version of the game has an autosave. And that autosave saves whenever you enter a new zone line, and whenever you go near a save point. Yeah, it's an absence of a negative. Although I think I actually did give the autosave a positive, because it's a pretty solid autosave. I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's a lot of things that would have been a negative in this game that aren't because of this version of the game. That's a good question, Inamisho. I don't think that's ever actually come up. See, now I know how to do this. So now that I know, that puzzle is immediately obvious. He even had a shiny glimmer on his belt. It's like, hey, you can get this. Anyways, streamer interaction, or viewer interaction. I think I'm lying. I think we actually have covered that before in one game. It was one of the Pathfinder games, I want to say. Had like a built-in streamer mode. No, it wasn't that. It was something that had like a show which quest you were on live on Twitch. Do you remember that? What game was that? So people could show up and be like, ah, you're here, right? It was Baldur's Gate 3. That was it. That kind of integration we put under options. Because that's functionally what that is. That's an optional way to increase your enjoyment of the game. And it's kind of structurally the same idea of something like, say, co-op mode. Just because you don't have a friend to play doesn't mean the game doesn't get a plus for co-op mode existing. Same concept. Just because you're not a streamer doesn't mean the game doesn't get a positive for streamer functionality existing. So that's a lot of bones. Also, I actually forgot this was this dungeon. I have no idea, Dr. Winter. The top area... Welcome back, Sectef. The top area wasn't very memorable to me, but the moment we get down here... That's a good point, Inamisho. If you have to have some kind of streamer integration... But then again, by the same token, some games are mandatory co-op, right? It Takes Two is a game that cannot be played solo. I'm not going to ding the game for the fact that you can't play it solo. I don't know. Case by case, as everything is, but that's an interesting thing to chew on. I don't remember, Dr. Winter. I think it did. It is in the name of the game, that's true. First of all, shortcut get. Probably Fusion Catalyst. One player, two controllers is a common category for speedruns. Probably Enemy Show. Wouldn't surprise me, at least. See, that's just crazy to me, Bionic Punk. But then again, I don't like to waste money in general, if I can avoid it. Yeah, honestly, speaking as someone who does legitimately like the Pokemon games, even as recent as Arceus, yeah, what the hell? What the hell are you thinking there? I could flip those from underneath. There's that not. One more try. Oh, okay. Nope, that's a hard no. Alright, okay. I will admit there are a couple of games I have bought multiple times. I'm not gonna lie. It's usually different editions, like something coming out of the Switch. Or, you know, like Mario All-Stars, to use another example. Or, that's kind of it, honestly. That's not even close to what I did, but thanks, game. As I say, I'm going to buy Kingdom Hearts for, I believe, the third time when I finally buy the PC version. If you have the physical cartridge, you could share it just fine. Bionic Punk. One of the only exceptions to that rule, though. There is one game I bought multiple times, pretty much just so I could have a second save slot on it. That is, of course, Dragon Quest IX. An otherwise good game, completely marred by a bonkers choice. For those of you who know, Dragon Quest IX has only one save slot. And when the DS games were coming out, it was pretty clear pretty early on that they were going to be limited print runs. So I bought 2 copies of it right off the bat. Speaking of games that need to stop being console locked, the DS Dragon Quest, holy crap. Can we get those, like, ported forwards, please? Those are proper remakes. Good proper remakes. And if you don't have a DS, sucks to be you. I have no idea, Bionic Punk. I got nothing. No. It needs to be, like, I want it to be on a console, Melkerblade. Like, something you could play, like a video game. I know that's a strange and alien concept to people who play games on phones. Because they've been programmed by terrible controls and awful interface. Bloodborne's never coming out on PC. I think we all know that at this point. Apple exclusive. Ah! I mean, at this point, we need them on the Switch, too, Melkor Blade, but I agree with your overall concept. Game? Okay. I'm gonna accept that. Yeah, no, I bash phone games, and I'm kind of unabashed about that. But it's worth noting that it's mostly in good fun. At least when it comes to actual mobile games and mobile ports. Like, mobage can go straight to hell. There's a reason I have a whole separate term for mobage versus mobile games. No, I didn't, Zactef. Why won't this let me open the chest? Okay. Can accept that. What's with the fixation on toes in this game? Jesus. Is that a Japanese cultural thing I've never heard of? Yeah, there's this myth, Bionic Punk. And let's be clear, it's a myth that ad revenue is a currency. And that myth needs to go straight to hell. Just straight up foot fetish. Okay. Okay, cool. Whatever. Yeah, they brought in Quentin Tarantino. He was thinking about doing Star Trek, and they turned him down for that, so instead he decided to work for Zelda. say, Zelda as a whole has an eye thing. Yeah, they've been down here for a while. And arguably probably shouldn't even have enough flesh to rot, but whatever. Ignore that. Gotta have the swamp water over there. Which hopefully this won't put me into... Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Okay. Nice place. I do love the visual contrast between the two sides of this dungeon a lot. I kind of wish we had more of it, being completely honest with you. Like, it feels like we spend an overwhelming majority of the time up, and then we go down, like, pretty late in. Look, Javis. I don't make the rules, okay? I don't know, if I could complain one more time about this game. Is that allowed? Can I say one, just one more negative thing about this game? I only get one more. I have to be really specific about it. It my sucks. Okay, there we go. Got it out. Got it out. Whew. No, for real. The dungeons are too damn long. I noticed this back in the last dungeon, too, which was a pretty good dungeon. But to use a specific example, I don't want to speak in vagaries. There's a giant room. The actual gameplay of this room is go up the side, go across some hops, so hang on. Go up the side, bomb a couple of things to get across to here. Flick the switch, which turns it into the time area. Now go down, go across, bomb the spots, go to the other side, bomb the spots. Then go across here and down and across to hit this switch, then go up and across to hit this switch. Now that doesn't sound that bad. It was like 15 minutes because the room was too big, the interactions were too slow, the animations were too slow. The controls take a while to actually aim properly, etc. This is seconds and minutes in a nutshell. Every single interaction just took a little bit longer than it really should have. And so, these dungeons are just too large. Not because they don't have good dungeon design, and not because they don't have some good puzzles or interesting combat or whatever, but because almost every action has a time tax associated with it, right? I mean, the room we were just in, right? The big central area, the big central water room, is a perfect example of this. Just in order to cross this room takes probably about a solid minute, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you have to do that every time you want to go, like from here to over here, or up to here, or down here. Even the very, very first puzzle in this dungeon, which was look at the back, look at the butt, look at the left, look at the right. Even if I knew exactly where to do that and how to do that, still involves walking over here, and then jumping in the water, swim, 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 look up, see thing, swim, see thing, swim, 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 dash through, swim, 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 see thing, swim, 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 dash through, swim, swim, see thing, swim, swim, jump up, walk across thing, walk back over here. All of that was just to solve one room, which was the first part of a puzzle. You see my point? I feel like one of the things they really wanted in this era of gaming in general, especially Nintendo, was they wanted big, expansive stuff that were very visually, technically impressive, and they didn't know how to design from that perspective. To use an absolute contrast to this, look at the dungeon design in A Link Between Worlds, which was extremely good, by the way. Probably the best designed dungeons. There's no probably. The best designed dungeons so far in the franchise. And every single one of those, despite being extraordinarily dense dungeons with tons of stuff to do, they never had just that kind of period of trying to get back to where you're trying to look at a given point in time. And yeah, that might be a noble name. We know that one of their stated goals was for this game to feel massive. That's something they've been pushing, honestly, since Ocarina. And we know Miyamoto himself was very big on that idea, and we know that how much influence he has in those kind of design documents. So it's entirely possible that they were just trying to push the Wii as far as the Wii could go to push the Wii. Not because they actually wanted it, not because it was going to make a good or better game, but because they just wanted to have giant, expansive areas. And yeah, I agree with that, Bionic Punk. The fact that so many of these puzzles involve the motion controls, which, due to their very nature, are slow, probably adds to this overall problem quite a bit. Anyways, rant off. I know, Inamisho, and honestly, it kind of bothers me a little bit how much I hear people complain about games being too short. I get that not everyone wants the same thing, but God, can we have games that are shorter? Is that a thing we could do? Instead of hours and hours of padding, you know? I mean, if you're going to have an hours and hours of game that has good content, sure, I'm sold on that. Done. But think about how common it is. Like, think about the percentage of games that are really, really long and they don't have padding. Or at the very least, they have very little padding, right? Yeah, Trails of Cold Steel 4. Hell, the Trails of series in general. I was reading up about that recently because you reminded me of it. And I was looking at the latest Trails of Steel or Trails of game, which is just released in English, is getting a release in English this year. And then the second game in that series is getting a Japanese release in September of this year. And the reason I bring that up is because the advertising for that is all talking about how it's the very beginning of the second half of the story. Which means the last 9 games, which is months of gameplay by my standards of how I play through games, has all been part 1. Yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. I am legitimately and unironically dreading when we finally get to the Trails of series in this show. Not because it's going to be bad, it's probably actually going to be good. But because it's going to be long. So long. Good morning, Walker. Happy Father's Day. Wait, Sky is the least bloated? Jesus Christ. So sorry, let's talk about something else too, because this game is so weird with its dungeon design. I've already given a negative for guidance for how many times the game just kind of doesn't really interact with or tells you what you can do with the game, because that's frustrating, obviously, right? But at the same time, there's several portions of the game where there's just a thing that says, here's how you progress through the dungeon. I'm not even mean Fi. I mean the tablets, the stone tablets, just like, hey, here's how you progress through the dungeon. That's confusing to me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if Twilight Princess or Ocarina or Majora's Tears, Wind Waker, bothers me in the same way that this game has been bothering me. I feel like they won't, but I could be wrong. Who knows? Who knows? That's a fair point, Teresa. You're right. Because it probably would have been more work than it's worth it to just remove all of the tablets and stuff from the game. Let's see that. Well, I don't like to prejudge even for a game I know, Ross, because you never know. You never know. Padding, Walker. Pretty much the exact same issue I had with Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, which, just to say this for the 15th time, were games that were in development at the same time as this game. By the same team, no less. We'll probably get Begoron. It's not that hard to grab. Doesn't take that long. I mean, we 98%'d frickin' Link Between Worlds just for fun. You know? That's also possible, Bionic Book. Who knows? I like to consider myself a pretty good game reviewer, but at the same time, part of the reason for that is I'm always learning. There's always more I can understand, learn, and grow about when it comes to understanding how game design and story design is constructed. Hell, pretty much every year we come up with a new lorium or a new term or a new something to help indicate another aspect of game design that had never occurred to me prior to that. Let's grab our shortcut before we go any further. So, this looks safe. Giant pile of bones. Yep. Seifu. Probably at least a little bit, Dr. Winter, yeah. And then we're back up in the heaven portion. I forget what they call these officially, but it's like the heaven and the hell portions of this dungeon. So yeah, that just literally tells us flat out what to do. Just straight up. And yeah, if I could add one last bit of thing. Now, this is just me. I'm not trying to say every game should be like this, but one of the things I value in game design is when the game doesn't waste my time, regardless of how long it is, regardless of how long the game is. Because that's a game I'm more likely to replay. That's a game I will look at and say, man, I can't wait to replay such and such. StarCraft 2, Diablo 3, Mega Man, most Mega Man games, Mega Man X1, you know? LTTP, Link Between Worlds. A game that respects my time is a game I want to replay. You know what I mean? Yeah, Metroid. We'll be playing Super Metroid again this year because polemic day, and also it's an election year. This looks safe. Yep. Seifu. Bye. I like how we watch. We just watch.
So, we're almost done with this dungeon. So let's go ahead and talk this thing out. There's some really good and cool puzzles in here. I already mentioned the guidance negatives. That's already covered. So definitely a plus to the level design, right? I feel like I can't really give it that second positive because it just has too many issues with it as it's going through it. Except, I have to give a story positive to this place. This isn't something we've done very often in the Zelda series, only like a couple of times, but this is one of those few dungeons that really nails it, in my opinion, from a narrative axis, just because the atmosphere of the place. I can name another example right off the top of my head. Skull Woods, LTTP. Like, this is cool, you know? This is terrifying, and I love the contrast. The big, golden, beatific upper level, completely contrasting the rotted, dead, violet swamp of hell lower level. If anything, I wish they leaned into this more. Instead of, you know, we spent way too much time up top, and then a little bit of time, and then a lot of time, and then a lot of time. You get it. But it's still good, and it still gets the positive for that. I remember someone was once trying to describe to me the more significance of this. Like, this, apparently this is a direct reference to some kind of cultural religion thing. But regardless of any of real-life influence, I just like this as is. It also kind of indicates the kind of people that used to build this sort of stuff back in the day. After all, it's pretty obvious that this was some kind of... I guess resting place is the word. I was going to say graveyard, but that feels inaccurate. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put that in normal life. The Divine Beasts are cool and all, but they don't have this going for them, you know? Purification Temple. I like that. Purification Temple. You start down there, and then you work your way up. Or vice versa. Yeah, no, the dungeon design in this game is legit. I said that even before I agreed to replay it for this. It's one of the only positive memories I have of this game is the dungeons. Yes, almost identical team, Spartan. As well as the team that made Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, which I'm going to keep reminding people of, just to keep showing the sword cuts both ways. And now we're in Ellison. Oh. So, I think I remember which boss this is. And I am correct. You certainly are persistent. I'm terribly busy trying to find the clues that'll help me revive the Demon King. Your incessant buzzing around my head like some irksome gadfly when I'm this busy is making me very disagreeable. Cool. Coloctos. Why is my shield unequipped? Fine. Oh, God. Fall Loftwing. That's terrifying. That's great. I love it. What? Break down the pieces of the boss to gain access to the weak point? It's kind of the same general take as the usual, you know, you can't do anything because the boss is invincible concept, but actually giving you stuff to do in order to reach the point of vulnerability, which I'm kind of okay with. Since you are, you know, progressing instead of just sitting there. Oh, that I don't know. I might actually die on this fight, because I just cannot seem to get this to work. We're not even phase 2 yet. Why do you keep putting away the freaking whip, Link? Literally gonna get me killed here. Oh, right, okay. Round 2. Equip the whip, Link! Jesus Christ! Equip the whip! It's not that hard. Now you can unequip the whip. I permit it. I think we've just hit phase 2. Maybe? Maybe not. Yeah, here we go.
Yep, nope, I got it, game. Thanks. Yeah, this could be a really piss me off boss fight if he didn't have such huge vuln windows to accommodate the terrible controls. Hey, could you get me some hearts? Because I could really use them. No, more hearts, not less. Thanks, thanks. It does look pretty cool. Can't argue. Well, that's the thing that happened. Your hearts have decreased dramatically. Replenish some of your life at your earliest opportunity. And I think I actually lost the lock on there. Target lock. Koloktos. This ancient automaton defends the ancient cistern and eliminates intruders. The cursed energy supply Girahim provides to this contraption has given it power far beyond its conventional limits. The red-shaped cores embedded in the torso and arms provide limited stability and prevent it from falling to pieces. More info! This is all the information I have at the present time. Still. Dodgy controls aside, that's a solid boss fight. See, I don't have to hit the stream breaks, because I can do this while the cutscene's playing. Yeah, if we didn't have 5, we wouldn't have beaten that fight. Nufkin, Kotor 2, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Aw, damn it. Okay, I had to pause a little bit, Dragon Player. Just for you. Thank you for being part of the show. Yeah, again, boss controls aside, that's a solid boss. I don't think I have a lunch lined up today. I'll figure something out. Where's my gameplay? There they are. Yeah, this is good. Controls aside. Favorite sandwich? Mine. I make a damn good sandwich. Fry up a little bacon. Dry, of course. Crispy bacon. Green flame! Get, some kind of meat. Doesn't really matter, but turkey works. Make sure you cook the meat. In fact, what you do is you get, like, a slice of turkey, then a slice of cheese, then a slice of turkey, then a slice of cheese, then a slice of turkey. And then you grill, or not grill, sorry, you put that on the skillet, and you cook it for a bit, so the meat cooks and the cheese cooks into the meat a little bit and melts in between the meat. You just lay that down on a nice, thick, solid chunk of bread, which has been buttered and toasted. Get some shredded lettuce, big old chunks of sliced tomatoes, big old chunks of sliced onions, nice, thick Clausen pickles, and maybe sauce. You don't need sauce, though. Not really. Fi, why are you trying to kill me? I am tired of you discounting my advice, Master. Oh, okay. I can add egg if I feel in the mood, Ross, but that takes even more time. Hey! I have gained increased damage. Quite a ways in to increase my sword power, but whatever. I wouldn't worry about that. The sacred flame has purified your blade, enhancing and evolving it. With your sword now enhanced, you are ready to learn a new melody. We should return to the Isle of Songs. Yeah, I don't get that either, Puggety. Like, either he was always the destined one, which, roll my eyes, or he gains it here, which actually makes even less sense. The sword you carry is different than the last I saw you. Yes, it's much improved. To think the goddess is chosen here is but a mere boy. Quite a twist. Dude, we gotta be in our 20s. Chosen here or not, you do not yet possess the strength required to wield the full power of that blade. You must prove your worth! Thanks, Grandma. Actually, yes, although I'm kind of picky. You'd think you couldn't screw up a PB&J, but no, it's pretty easy to screw up a PB&J. Yeah, exactly. Bad peanut butter, bad jelly, bad bread. And I hate to repeat my trick I just mentioned, but buttering and toasting your bread is really going to help just about any sandwich, including a PB&J. So, now that we've done the ancient cistern, we can advance a quest. So let's go do that. We've already broken one person's heart. Actually, no, we've already broken two people's heart. But let's break a third. Alright, I'm going to do an age check here, Spartan. How many of you remember an advert back in the day where there's this dude and he's smearing peanut butter on this sandwich, and he's just smearing it and smearing it. Then he finally gets a nice, thick peanut butter sandwich, and he goes to eat it, and it's like, and then, like, there's a phone call saying, for $10,000, can you say the answer to this question? And he says, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. And he reaches for the milk. It's actually a milk commercial. Hey! You remember when commercials actually used to be good? I'm being a little facetious, but, you know, I'll take a lot of the old commercials we had over a lot of the new ones we had. Right, stamina potion. That's what I'm buying. I was like, I'm here for a reason. Yeah, you'll notice I don't have any feathers yet, Dragon Player. Because, yeah. Yeah, Aaron Burr. That was it. Aaron Burr. I thought it was Amond Burr for some reason. Okay, this way. Don't mistake me. There've always been bad commercials, but if I can, you know, back in my day for 1 second, I have a distinct memory. This is actually semi-recent. It's only 8 years ago. My step-parents, or parents-in-law, or whatever, were watching... I guess they don't really have a title. My step-parents were watching something on the TV, and an ad break came up, and I was transfixed by the ads, and I can't describe them to you in specific because they were total nonsense. They were awful. They were absolute garbage. They had nothing to do with the product in question. They didn't help sell it at all. They didn't help convey anything at all. They weren't funny. They weren't memorable. They weren't interesting. It was just like watching, like, vomit. It was like just I'm barely exaggerating. It was like watching someone vomit into a bucket for like 2 minutes before the ads ended. And I remember being so, like, bothered by that. Now, obviously, ads have been bad for a while, but that was the first moment I really noticed just how bad commercials had really started getting. Like, what is this trash? And again, this is only 8 years ago. Ugh. And again, we've always had bad commercials. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that oh, back in my day. But I do remember when commercials actually did occasionally have good quality commercials. Oh, you know what? We used to do that too on Noble Name. We used to do that too. Like, guess what the ad's for, right? No, I'm in the right spot. I'm in the right spot. $55, $56, $57. Oh, I'm sweating up a storm. Good evening, Laura. I've been training hard since last we spoke, but I feel so sluggish. Maybe I've just run out of stamina. If only you could give me more drugs. Just one more bottle. I just need one more bottle. Please, give me the bottle. Give me the bottle. Oh, yeah. It's... Oh, yeah. Oh, stamina potion. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I worry, though. All this training and no results. How long do I need to train before I get stronger? I mean, it's not about numbers. It's not about numbers, of course. You mean I should keep at it until I've forgotten how many I've done, right? That's not even close to what I meant by... Oh, God, I do remember that, Ross. Here's another one for you. So, sometimes I like to point out when something in the 90s was making fun of something. And to explain that slightly. You know how something will happen nowadays and it's like, oh, isn't that ridiculous? And I always feel the need to point out that we've been making fun of that ridiculous thing for 30 years. Like, that's how long-standing of a ridiculous thing that is in our society. So, to use a specific example here, commercials that have nothing to do with the product in question. How many of you remember the fake Simpsons commercial? It was in Simpsons, right? And it was for the Catholic Church. Now, I'm not going to say anything else because I want you to do me a favor. If you are not familiar with it, I want you to go YouTube right now. Simpsons Catholic Church commercial. We've made a few changes. Just trust me for a second. Okay, so hang on. Let me double check our quest log. By which I mean the wiki. Okay, so next we need to do sand ship before we can advance that quest. That requires the claw shots. We did that, we did that, we did that. Can we do this? Nope. We need to fight the imprisoned a second time for that one. We need to defeat Bilosite. I don't know who that is. This one requires Bilocite again. And this one requires Bilocite. Wow, a lot of those require Bilocite. Yeah, Canyonero! Canyonero. Let's see, what was it? What was it? Can you name the truck with a 4-wheel drive? Smells like a steak and seats 35. Canyonero. Canyonero. Goes real slow with the hammer down. It's the Country Pride truck endorsed by a clown. 12 yards long, 2 lanes wide, 65 tons of American pride. Top of the line in utility sports. Unexplained fires are a matter for the courts. She blinds everybody with her super high beams. She's a squirrel squashing, deer smacking driving machine. Canyonero. Canyonero. Looks like that's actually the only side quest we can do right now. So yeah, onwards. I've noticed some Korean commercials are really hilarious too. Like in a good, memorable sort of a way. I don't know the percentage of those compared to what we've got here, but it is something I've seen a few of. Oh no, it's raining. Great, great. Actually, yes, I have, Javez. In fact, I'm familiar with, I don't remember the name of the show, but there's an entire sitcom in Korea which is centered around a freaking Subway. No, not like a sandwich shop, an actual franchise Subway. I've seen clips of it. It's surprisingly engaging. Not that I'm aware of, Blade of all. And yes, I did just face plant off of my bird. That's a good question, Frieza. Why are there flying centipedes out here? Hey, if you go do... You notice I'm not even reading these out loud. There's no reason to. If you go do the... you've gotten one of the flames... 2 remain. If you do the other ones, you'll have all of them, and then you'll have the power to stand before the majesty of the sacred flames. The next one's in the Linear Desert. Who wrote this? Negative to gameplay. Backtracking. There is no reason whatsoever to force us to go into this spot. Like, think about this for a second. Fly up. Fly over the clouds. Fly through the cloud storm we're in. Land on the spot. Walk inside. Run inside. Hit the thing. Needless dialogue. Run back out. Fly back out. Fly back out. Fly back down. Nothing changes about that route any given time we do this. We have to do this a bare minimum of 3 times. I think it's more like 5 times, but at least 3 that I know of. Raglan, I would gladly give you this payday if you were here. Peanuts, caramel, and salt. And yeah, I literally use them as an energy bar. Yeah, I prefer my candy bars to have cats in them. Like, isn't everyone like that? We have arrived at Lanayru Desert. Pi, we need to have a chat. If you just miss me, if you just want to talk, Fi, you can just talk, okay? We can just chat about the weather or whatever. You don't have to invent an excuse. You don't have to be like, Master, I've detected the fact that we are at the destination we are currently at. You don't... You don't have to do this, is what I'm trying to say. Hey, you know that thing that we've been doing since the first dungeon, which is actually technically before the first dungeon. So the first time we were in the forest area. Well, you can do that. Hey, everyone, did you know you can use the mechanic that we've been shoving down your throat so hard that you will never forget about it for the rest of your life? Did you know you could do that? Yeah, is she suffering rampancy right now? Yeah, keep in mind, literally the last thing she told us was, hey, this thing. As you know, Master, we are currently in the desert. Well, I landed in the wrong spot. So now I have to do this. Because fast travel is for nerds.
You know, honestly, I'm thinking it should, a noble name. I wasn't going to give a negative for the absence of fast travel. But actually, this is so stupid. Having to go up to this guy, turn around, zoom forward, then land back down in order to access the map again is face palming. Not now. Go away. That's true. That's true. All I had to do was spend 30 bucks or 40 bucks, whatever the hell it was, for the amiibo. And I, too, can have a town portal. So, another one of these things. Use the motion controls again. You know one thing I really like about Ocarina? You could skip the songs. No, think about it. They're good songs. Sometimes I like to hear them play just because they're good songs. But you don't have to listen to them. You can just skip them. You can just use the Bolero of Fire, and then done. And then warp there. Alright, so, let's get some positivity back in here. Let's do another Silent Realm sequence, shall we? Please be good. Come on, game. Please be good. Work with me. Work with me! I remember this one taking me a minute, and we're going to deliberately get caught midway through, because I want to see how this works. As you know by now, I cannot follow you. This is the second trial, known as Nehru's Silent Realm. It will test your wisdom, Master. What, and the last one tested my courage? Oh, hey, it's the exact same thing that happened last time. Yep. No questions. No questions. No questions. No questions. Okay, thank you, Fi. Jesus freaking Christ. Alright, so. Oh, that's quicksand. Good to know. Hold on, so let's reset really quick. Okay, or let's just get hit. That doesn't count as my intended failure. That's an unintended failure. I can confirm you have failed to pass the trial. Here's a strategy. Yeah, thanks, Fi. Okay, so. I'm only going to do this with one, because I only need to do it with one.
Where's the... There it is. Oh no, I've been found. Oh no, they got me. Negative to gameplay. Wow. Yeah, screw up on the last thing, start over from the beginning. That is not cool. That is awful. Alright, so, now to do it for real. Really? Game? Fine, I'll go the slow way around. Well, considering this is just in our mind, like literally this is just like the Matrix kind of a thing, I don't think so, Bionic. I mean, the way Fi talks about it, she says pretty clearly, you know, this is just in your head. That's why she can't join us here, is because there's no physical here for us for her to join us, right? Like she says that in the very first one. I was paying attention, even though I wasn't reading out loud. I know you think I'm not actually reading, Pokety. I'm afraid you are mistaken. I don't know why that one took me so long. I remember that specific one took me a while. That's why I remembered how to get it immediately. Or don't. That's cool. Well, while we're here. A little faster, Link. A little faster, Link. Thank you. God damn, dude. So, you think that's air you're breathing right now, Link? There it is. Excuse me. Oh, come on! Screw you two, game. I remember this one, too. No. Get on, Lake! Jesus Christ, Lake. Alright. Of course not. Oh God, Rex. Whoops. I mean, everyone remembers this part, for good and for ill. Okay, so 1, 2. Where's the third one? Pathetic Link. I mean, other than the mid-mission checkpointing problem, these are pretty legit. If you chopped out going back to the stupid Temple of Storms, and Fi not being capable of shutting up, and just went straight from, you know, the previous dungeon to this, to the next dungeon, that would be a pretty solid loop, I would say. Where's the one I'm missing? Oh, it's on top. Okay, I see it, I see it. Hit! Cute. Yeah, I'd like that feature more if there was a mini-map. It's really weird how much... You'll notice I almost never use the map. It's because using the map is kind of awkward, cumbersome, and interrupts game flow. There really should be an option to just have a mini-map. Like, just have this as you're zooming around. I cannot believe there's no mini-map in this game. It continues to weird me out. Beacons help, obviously. There we go. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm just biased because Breath of the Wild, which has a mini-map. A good mini-map, actually. That's okay. I'm not sure how to reach this spot. And we might end up dying on the last orb because I'm not sure how to reach the last spot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it wants me to go the long way around. Okay, that sucks. You're gonna turn around at some point, right? Right? Oh my god. Actually, yeah, Frieza. Or maybe, like, make it so that you could specifically bring the tears back, you know? In other words, right, rather than it automatically collecting, you get a tier, and then you take it back to base, and that then locks in that tier. Something like that, right? Reward you for being cautious. And, or I guess reward you is the wrong phrase, but allow you to be cautious. Something like that. You got the best item in the game. That's a lie, but it's still good. Yay! Speaking of which, where's my kit positives? So we've got the beetle, we've got the whip, we've got the claw shot. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the trial. You sure? You now have the power to proceed the sacred flame. Look, you're asking the wrong person, Fusion Kills. I didn't write this. Oh yeah, we just start off with the double claw shot, by the way. These claw shots are part of one of the goddess's sacred gifts. Cool. I can't complain, it is still the claw shot. Yeah, Fi's like, Master, I've concluded that you've completed the trial. Have some claw shot. But let's be honest with ourselves. The answer is magic. In the most vaguest way possible. I don't want to get over there. Let's assume we don't have to fly back up to the sky. Let's make that assumption. Yep, the goddess. There's only one. Boogity. There's only one. Yeah, it's magic. Confetti! That's some reach on those, too. Nice. No. You're thinking of the goddesses. This is the goddess. Totally different person. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, the three goddesses don't exist at all in this setting. They're only mentioned once in a single line of dialogue. At least in Breath and in Skyward. Now, if they ever mention it elsewhere, like say in Tears, I'm unaware of that. What? What? Yeah, the Triforce is hinted at in, I believe, one scene in Breath of the Wild. The one where Zelda protects Link. To my knowledge, that is it. Speaking of which, that's why we don't have to have the Triforce in our Western Zelda. Yeah, I was wondering that too, Pugity. Like, huh? When I first saw that cutscene, I assumed she just had wisdom, but no, she's doing the whole thing. And considering spoilers, it makes perfect sense. Except it makes no sense at all. So, make of that what you will. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Almost never get visitors. My name's Golo. I'm researching the legend of the three dragons, one of which is said to live here. Me too, Fusion Callus. At first glance, it would seem there's nothing in this area, but I know there's something here. I'll just keep on looking. So your name is Lore. Not the easiest name to say, is it? How about you, Lore? Why are you here? You're looking for a sacred flame. That sounds like something I have heard before, but maybe not. Sweet Goro, I remember now. I read something about it in ancient scrolls that spoke of the Lineru Sansi. I do not remember all the details, but you can get to Lineru Sansi if you go straight through here. All you need is that key. If you want to get to the Lineru Sansi, you're going to need this key. Oh, thank you. Why are the Gorons just always legit? You ever notice that? In like every Zelda game, they're the bros. Sure, have 10 rupees. You've earned them. It just called me Archie and Gaia. How the hell do you say that? Listen, when I first came to Earth, I had the same reaction, too. Oh man, Twilight Gorons are legit. All Gorons are legit. Ocarina Gorons are legit. Majora Gorons are legit. Twilight Gorons are legit. I mean, I know the answer why they're legit. It's actually really simple to explain. They're dwarves. And sure, dwarves can be cantankerous from time to time, but one of the most consistent things about dwarf portrayal in fiction is that they're bros. Yep, jovial, loyal, hospitable. That's the Goron. I'm pretty sure that's a Tolkien thing, Bionic, but don't quote me on that. I'm not actually all that familiar with it in terms of, like, cultural history. Sorry, buddy. Could be a Norse thing? I don't know. I'm actually not all that familiar with Norse mythology. Yeah, Darunia pretty much started the trend of the Gorons being bros. And they've been bros ever since. Literally, sworn brothers. No. I mean, these are straight up Twilight Princess. Like, the animation, the texturing is different, but the animation, the sound effects, this is literally Twilight Princess's dual claw shot. I'm not complaining, it's a great item. But yeah, no, it's the same exact thing. Copy pasted. Which should have been in Breath, and was originally, as I've pointed out a few times. It's okay, they brought it back for Tears, right? Right? Don't actually answer that. Why would I need to if you didn't Catalyst? So here, watch this. Watch the lower right of the screen. Do you see that saving right there? Just by going near a save point, automatically save, because the autosaves in this game are actually pretty good. It is, Ross. I even agree with you. But you cannot tell me that the addition of the claw shot wouldn't have been awesome. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, ¿por qué no las dos? Agreed, Ross. The claw shot would just make traversal in that game even better than it already is. You got an evil crystal. It's a chunk of pure crystallized monster malice. I'm just gonna put this in my bag. I foresee no issues with this. Listen, all I'm saying is Breath of the Wild is the worst game ever made, and it's literally Hitler. Deliberate. Seeding the RNG. I will admit we probably have had some pendulum effect with Breath of the Wild, because if you remember, when Breath of the Wild came out, it was the best game in the history of the ever. Which, admittedly, always kinda irritates me, in all cases. Even in games that really are that good, there's a whole lot of, oh my god, it's the best thing ever. And then time passed, and then people are like, wait, this sucks. And the problem is, both are wrong. It's swinging too far one way and swinging too far the other. Yeah, Hollow Knight had the exact same problem. And yeah, so did this game, while we're on the subject. Breath is a good damn game, but it's not the second coming of Christ, you know? I mean, Breath of the Wild is certainly better than Horizon Zero Dawn, and I should know, I've reviewed both of those now. Hi, Huthor. A report, Master. This is Lanayru Sandsea. This whole area was once a vast ocean. The water has all evaporated, and now the area is a sea of sand. Signs indicate this place functioned as a portal linking the land to the sea. Cool. This area operated on a new form of power. There's a 90% probability the Sacred Flame is located ahead. I recommend exploring this sand sea. What a wanna! You're not my real mom. That's actively wrong. Like, that's objectively wrong, Act. And I should know, I've reviewed both of those games. That's not a vague presumption statement. That's a I've got receipts statement. Actually, I did know that, Ross. But the only reason I knew that is because once upon a time, for an unrelated project, I decided to go ahead and jump to my death. I decided to rip her audio files and play with them because I was trying to make some of my own Midna speech. And it's pretty obvious when you're staring at a waveform that they're jumbled up English. Oh, wait. Come back, come back. Got it. That's, I think, only our second tumbleweed. Oh, man. That would be cool, Rose. Don't think I have Uthor. I have seen the text thing, where the letters are all jumbled, but in a very strategic way, so that you will pretty much immediately be able to tell what they're saying. Yeah, it's true. Ocarina did have Link's mom, and then she died off camera. Although, as an aside, can I just say War Orphan was actually one of the better origin stories for the various Links? Don't mistake me, I like Blacksmith just fine, but War Orphan, come on. Beat that. Should make absolutely sure we get the Sky Point. Ocarina Act. So, I just want to show this off briefly because it's actually already my lunch break. But this is such a cool thing. This is so cool. I'm sorry. So the Time Stone, of course, only affects an area around it. So you get water around your boat. Everything else is sand and death. And, of course, a portion around it, like this. This is just... Oh, it's cool! It's cool! And it's nice to gush for just a second. I've been bashing the hell out of this game. But that's cool. And when we get back, we'll actually play with it.